Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson. So I'm on BrightShine right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, Shelby State, Tennessee. Day. It's early Monday morning, September the 14th, 2020. Time 4:55 a.m. First, I thank all my family support for your continued courage, support, continue to keep myself employed right here in the Memphis tri-state area. I'm going to continue to pursue my social research, administration, concentration, market. It's a present time. Took a break from going to school, but in the very near future, I will be going back to more work hours online to continue to pursue my social research, administration, concentration, market. Now, I'm going to continue to protest. I'm going to continue to speak out. I'm going to continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke. And the man who was unjustly murdered by this field house nigga named Bertha Lee Franklin. Sorry, stupid, dumb buffoon field house nigga named Bertha Lee Franklin. Now, excuse me. Now, Mr. Sam Cooke's murder was ruled a justifiable homicide. Now, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's autopsy, the coroner's report. There was a coroner's inquest on Mr. Sam Cooke's body in 1964. And like I said, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's the coroner's report, the autopsy, from Celebrity Archive for $25. Now, this is public knowledge. Public knowledge is court papers, official court papers. It's public knowledge. The state of California, the county of Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, as well as the United States of America. And so, like I said, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's coroner's inquest for $25 from Celebrity Archive. And based on the information provided in the coroner's inquest, there's no way in hell that Mr. Sam Cooke's murder could be ruled or justified once it's first degree murder. Like I said, I've been saying, want to say, based on the evidence, capital murder. The criteria for capital murder, by law, everyone's innocent till proven guilty, in a court of law, civil court, criminal court. And the victims' rights laws have been passed here in the United States of America, federal as well as state. Now, there are numerous states that have amended their constitution for the victims' rights, but every state, all 50 states have victims' rights laws. Now, anti-gang. The United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. Now, all you bitches walking your ass around trying to pretend like you don't know right or wrong. Well, it's not a problem. I've been intentionally walking around anyway. So, and you can try to ignore the Justice Department. The Justice Department say anti-gang, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anti-gang. Hold up. Now, these are just a few of the free logo design websites that you go to and make anti-gang logo. Now remember these words: coercion, coerce, sexual coercion, psychological coercion, psychological manipulation, and psychological abuse. Now, the verdict of the coroner's jury of the state of California, County Los Angeles, in the matter of the inquisition upon the body of Mr. Sam Cooke, deceased, before the coroner of the County of Los Angeles. We, the juror, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County at Room 150, Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, on the 16th day of December, A.D. It is 1964, to inquire into the cause of death of Sam Cooke, having been duly sworn according to law and having made such inquisition, and hearing the testimony adduced upon our oaths, each and all do say that we find that the deceased was named Sam Cooke, a male married native of Mississippi, aged about 33 years, and that he came to his death on the 11th day of December 1964 at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles County, California, that the death was caused by gunshot wound of chest, perforating the heart and both lungs, with massive hemorrhage inflicted by a gun in the hands of Bertha Franklin at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California, after the deceased had made forcible entry. And from the testimony introduced at this time, we find this death to be justifiable homicide committed by the said Bertha Franklin, protection of life and property. All of which we do certify by this inquisition writing by us signed this 16th day of December 1964. Now I know that's a lie, based on the evidence contained. Matter of fact, the evidence contained in this document, in these documents, is first degree murder. Now, like I said, I want to say capital murder. Meet the criteria based on the evidence, capital murder. Now, the gunshot wound, like I said, the evidence, there was gunpowder residue on Mr. Sam Cooke's sports coat, sports jacket that he was wearing. The evidence that the crime scene investigators, there were pictures taken of the scene of the crime. And one of those pictures, picture number 5, is a picture of Mr. Sam Cooke's body. And at the scene of the crime, before the coroners moved his body, and also the gun that was used, which was a .22 revolver, a Roan .22 revolver. That was a bullet that was recovered from Mr. Sam Cooke's body. Plus there was another bullet that was recovered from inside the motel room. And there was another gunshot. There was another bullet that was shot. The casing, but the bullet itself was not recovered. And plus the stick. And plus the clothing that Mr. Sam Cooke was wearing, as well as the stupid field house nigga Bertha Lee Franklin had a dress on, the blood splatter, and as well as testimony that was provided by Bertha Lee Franklin. And like I say, the evidence overwhelmed. It's first-degree murder. It was premeditated. And Mr. Sam Cooke had 2 gunshot wounds. Had gunshot wound, 1 bullet to both lungs and his heart. Both lungs and his heart. Based on the evidence, Mr. Sam Cooke was shot from the side, his left side. You can't get a gunshot wound from the front or the back with a Roan .22 revolver and have 1 bullet hit both lungs and the heart from the front and the back. Mr. Sam Cooke was shot and killed by Bertha Lee Franklin from the side, from his left side. And the bullet was recovered from Mr. Sam Cooke's body that killed him, and hit the left lung, then hit the heart, then hit his right lung in a downward direction. Now, there's a diagram of Mr. Sam Cooke's Now, as you can see, Mr. Sam Cooke was shot and killed by this field house nigga, Bertha Lee Franklin. The bullet entered on the left side of Mr. Sam Cooke's body. Hit his left lung first, and hit his heart, and hit his right lung. It's first-degree murder. First-degree murder. Now, I won't say capital murder. It's first-degree murder. Premeditated. Now, victims' rights. Victims' rights. Now, at the time of Mr. Sam Cook's death, it was murder. Mr. Sam Cook was married to Miss Barbara Campbell Cook. And Miss Barbara Campbell Cook is still alive. And I know that, a lot of people don't know the law. I don't have a law degree. Just like anybody in the general public, we have general knowledge. A lot of times we hear information on the local news, on television, on the radio. You understand? Newspaper, magazine. We get general information about the law. And like I said, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook is still alive. She don't have no law degree. And it's understandable that a person would be apprehensive, be afraid to go into a court of law because first of all, you don't have a law degree. You don't know the law like the people in the courtroom do. And then you think that because I don't have that knowledge of the law, I don't know how, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do, so that's understandable. And at the time of Mr. Sam Cook's murder, Mr. Sam Cook and his wife, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, had two beautiful little daughters who were little girls. They were children at the time of their father's murder, Linda and Tracy. They were little girls. So they had to grow up without their father. And as time progressed, by the time they had grown up to become adults, sometime at 4 or 5 years, as well as Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, she had to move on with her life because Miss Sam Cook had been murdered. And as well as Miss Sam Cook's mother and father at the time, who were alive, came from Mississippi. Like I said, this was during the 1960s or 1964. This was a time in the United States of America, African Americans didn't even have the constitutional or civil rights. At the time, it was a very difficult time in America. America was still trying to come out of this racist, prejudice, bigotry and bias toward African Americans. And even the United Nations was still a young organization and trying to build influence around the world, and so it was a difficult time. And so time has progressed. We didn't even have victims' rights laws at that time, 1964. There was no such thing as victims' rights laws. But here it is, 2020. We do have victims' rights laws. And they apply to Mr. Sam Cook and the family, Mr. Sam Cook's sisters and brothers, over a period of time passed, and but his nieces and nephews, and many of his nieces and nephews are alive, and like I say, many of his nieces and nephews at the time, they were children too. I understand Linda and Tracy's cousins, Miss Sam Cook's sister and brother, Miss Sam Cook's niece and nephew, Linda and Tracy's cousins, they were little children, just like Linda and Tracy were. They were little children. They were, they had to grow up in America, coming out of this segregation and racism and all prejudice and bigotry and bias. And by the time they growed up, a few 4 or 5 years had passed. Miss Sanford and Miss Barbara, she don't have no law degree. And then, like I said, he had to experience the same thing. Miss Sanford, racism, prejudice, bigotry, and bias. At that time, 1964. At that time. Now, some time has passed. It's wrong. What it really means in a court of law, and when you see Miss Barbara Campbell Cook today, you see Linda and Tracy today, you see the nieces and nephews today, you see Miss Sam Cook, other children and grandchildren, the grandchildren, what it means that it's wrong. It's wrong. It was wrong and it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. That's what victims' rights laws for. It's the right to wrong. Mr. Sam Cook got rights. Miss Barbara Campbell Cook has rights. Linda and Tracy have rights. Mr. Sam Cook at the time was a businessman, saw records. Saw records. Mr. Sam Cook's record, it's the law. It's the law. You don't steal money and think you're gonna get away with it. Victims' rights. Saw records got rights. Because Mr. Sam Cook at the time, that's his record label. He's a businessman as well as all the profits that he is entitled to from all the years of entertaining and being a member of the Soul Stirrer. Mr. Sam Cook got financial earnings that he is entitled to. And so Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, Linda and Tracy, all the children, grandchildren, as well as the niece and nephew, supposed to benefit from Mr. Sam Cook's years of being in the entertainment field industry. You don't get away with stealing. So there's a court. There's the court of law. Like I said. These are official court papers. See, I don't want you to misunderstand one thing. These documents, these are official court papers. The Criminal Court of Appeal, the state of California, the state Supreme Court, victims' rights. These are official court. Now this is Mr. Sam Cook's autopsy, the coroner's inquest on his body. These are official. See, you go into a court, the Criminal Court of Appeals, victims' rights. Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, we're finna read. These are official court documents. Now let's read the victims' rights. Now I'm gonna do my Periscope video. No, after I read the video, I'm gonna do my Periscope video. Ain't gonna be long, a few minutes, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Then I'm gonna do my Facebook, Instagram. Then after I do my Instagram, I'm gonna do my Facebook Live. So, okay, victims' rights. We on Wikipedia. The quick reference, Wikipedia. Victims' rights. Now listen, pay attention. Victims' rights are legal rights. You hear that? Pay attention now. Victims' rights are legal rights. Don't you forget that. So Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, Linda, Tracy, Carla, all the grandchildren, Mr. Sam, all the grandchildren, all the children and grandchildren, Mr. Sam Cook, nieces and nephews, all the children. Victims' rights. Victims' rights. Miss Sam Cook, those are official court documents. The state of California, the Criminal Court of Appeals. And first of all, the state of California, the state Supreme Court, but the Criminal Court of Appeals and victims' rights. Mr. Sam, it's not right what they did. It's not right. See, when we going over no court papers, I already show it's first degree murder. And it never was no justified. It's first degree murder. What them criminals did is wrong. Victims' rights or legal rights afforded to victims of crime. These may include the right to restitution, the right to a victim's advocate, the right not to be excluded from criminal justice proceedings, and the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings. You got rights. The United States, the crime victims' rights movement in the United States is founded on the idea that during the late modern period of 1800 and 1970, the American justice system strayed too far from its victim-centric origins. Since the 1970s, the movement has worked to give victims a more meaningful role in criminal proceedings, aiming at the inclusion of the individual victim as a legally recognized participant with rights, interests, and voice. Now, based on the history, during the colonial and revolutionary period, the United States criminal justice system was victim-centric, in that crimes were often investigated and prosecuted by individual victims in the 19th and early 20th century. However, the focus shifted so that crime was seen primarily as a social harm. The criminal justice system came to be seen as a tool for remedying this social harm rather than an avenue for redress of personal harm, and the role of the victim in criminal proceeding was drastically reduced. The modern crime victims' rights movement began in the 1970s. Now remember, we've been talking about a court case. Remember, that's what this is the court case. It began in part as a response to the 1973 United States Supreme Court decision in Linda R.S. versus Richard D. In Linda R.S., the court ruled that the complainant did not have the legal standing to keep the prosecutor's office from discriminatingly applying a statute criminalizing non-payment of child support in dicta. Now we know we had to go to the law lab, legal dictionary. In dicta, the court articulated the then prevailing view that a crime victim cannot compel a criminal prosecution because a private citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution of another. This ruling served as a high watermark in the shift away from the victim-centric approach to criminal justice, making it clear that victims in the 1970s had no formal legal status beyond that of a witness or piece of evidence. If the Linda R.S. rule was a clear representation of the problem of victim exclusion, it also hinted at a solution to the problem. The court stated that Congress could enact statutes creating victims' rights, the invasion of which creates standing, even though no injury would exist without the statute. With this statement, the court provided a legal foundation for victims' rights legislation. Along with these legal developments, there was a concurrent growth in social consciousness about victims' rights. This was due in part to the fact that concern for the fair treatment of victims provided a nexus between disparate but powerful social movements. The law and order movement, the civil rights movement, and the feminist movement all challenged the criminal justice system to think more carefully about the role of the victim in criminal proceedings. Supporters of these causes helped form the grassroots foundation of the modern victims' rights movement, providing educational resources and legal assistance, and establishing the country's first hotlines and shelters for victims of crime. In 1982, President Ronald Reagan's task force on victims of crime released its final report, which detailed the concerns of victims' rights advocates, claiming that the innocent victims of crime have been overlooked, their pleas for justice have gone unheeded, and their wounds, personal, emotional, and financial, have gone unattended. The report contains 68 recommendations for service providers and government officials, many of which are mandated through victims' rights legislation today. The report included a recommendation for a victims' rights amendment to the United States Constitution. In the decades that followed, proponents of victims' rights experienced substantial legislative success. Today, the victims' rights movement continues to promote legislation that guarantees substantive rights for victims and provides the procedural mechanism to effectively enforce those rights. Victims' rights organizations also do ground level advocacy, providing individual victims with legal guidance and support, and educate future legal professionals on issues related to victims' rights. Now, victims' rights legislation. Since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights, and all states have passed victims' rights legislation. All states. So the state of California has victims' rights legislation. So in Mr. Sam Cooke's murder case, the state of California has passed victims' rights legislation. It's going to be justice in the civil and criminal court for Mr. Sam Cooke. That same year, Congress passed the first piece of federal crime victims' rights legislation, the Victim and Witness Protection Act. In 1984, the Victims of Crime Act was passed. A decade later, in 1994, the Violence Against Women's Act became law. In 2004, the landmark Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed, granting crime victims 8 specific rights and providing standing for individual victims to assert those rights in court. Federal law. Victims of Crime Act. The Victims of Crime Act established the Crime Victims Fund, which awards grants to crime victim compensation programs, victim notification system, and victim assistance program. The fund is financed by offender fees. Crime Victims' Rights Act of 2004. The Crime Victims' Rights Act, part of Justice for All Act of 2004, enumerates the rights afforded to victims in federal criminal cases. The Act grants victims the following rights: the right to protection from the accused, the right to notification, the right not to be excluded from proceedings, the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings, the right to consult with the prosecuting attorney, the right to restitution, the right to a proceedings free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the rights, victims' dignity, and privacy. The Crime Victims' Rights Act was named for Scott Campbell, Stephanie Roper, Whitney Preston, Lou Arnold, Gillis, and Nyla Lynn, murder victims whose families were denied some or all of the rights granted by the Act in the course of their case. Now, state law. All states, all of the state of California has passed victims' rights legislation. All states have passed legislation to protect the rights of victims of crime, and most have passed constitutional amendments that afford protection to crime victims. Some state laws apply to only victims of felony offenses, while other states also extend rights to victims of less serious misdemeanor offenses when a victim is a minor, disabled, or deceased. Some states permit family members to exercise rights on behalf of the victim. Now, common state law protections include the right to be treated with dignity and respect, the right to be informed by the prosecution, the plea offers, court proceedings, and sentencing, the right to make a statement in court at the time of sentencing, the right to protection, the right to seek compensation from the state victims' rights fund, the right to restitution from the offender. In Mr. Sam Cooke's case, murder case, it's going to be justice. It's going to be justice, civil and criminal, for Mr. Sam Cooke and all the family and bringing fans. It's going to be justice in the civil court, guaranteed. Now, the right to restitution from the offender, the right to return of personal property, and the right to be informed of parole proceedings or release from incarceration, and the right to make a statement to the parole board. Excuse me. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Say that again. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Say that one more time. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Mr. Sam Cooke gonna get justice in a civil and criminal court. The victims' rights law. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Many prosecuting attorneys, officers have a victims' rights officer or multiple employees who assist victims of crime during and after a prosecution. A crime victim who is seeking compensation or restitution should submit a timely claim for compensation to the probation department or prosecuting attorney along with documentation support of the claim in order to ensure that the amounts are included in the restitution order when the defendant is sued. U.S. Victims' Rights Organizations. Now, these are organizations that around the United States. The U.S. Victims' Rights Organization, the National Crime Victim Law Institute, and the National Alliance of Victims' Rights Attorneys, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, the National Center for Victims of Crime, and also another organization, RISE. And then you also have all across Europe and then you also have the United Nations. Now, see, this is a worldwide, this is around the world. This is victims' rights. Okay. The United Nations Declaration, 1985, the United Nations adopted a Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, which outlines international best practices for treatment of crime victims. The report recognizes an offender's obligation to make fair restitution to his or her victim, acknowledging that victims are entitled to fair treatment and access to the mechanism of justice, and generally draws attention to the need for victims' rights in the criminal justice process. Other United Nations provisions touch on victims' rights include: number 1, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights; number 2, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination of Women; and number 3, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights has been ratified by 172 nations, including the United States, Canada, Russia, and France, and includes the following provisions related to victim rights: rights to be protected from harm, which impose obligations on governments to have effective criminal justice system; rights to be recognized by and treated equally before the law; a right of non-discrimination; rights to a remedy and to access to justice; and due process rights. And so on and so forth. So it's going to be justice in the civil and criminal court for Mr. Sam Cooke, victims' rights. Now, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna do my Periscope video. Yeah, I have to do my Periscope video. I'm doing my Instagram video. I have to do my Instagram, do my Facebook Live. So let's go. Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis, County, Shelby, State, Tennessee. Today is early Monday morning. It's September the 14th, 2020, time 5:37 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support for Virginia Current support. Anti-gang. See, the United States Department of Justice. The United States Department of Justice, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year, saying anti-gang. See, that's real, like I've been saying all the time. See, that ain't my way of doing things. See, it was a time, did things in a certain way. But see, this 2020, this the year 2020. And from the year 2020 and beyond, oh, hell no. No. See, the wrong that's been done and the wrong that's being done. See, background check. Since you think some motherfucking body take something off you, okay, whatever you say. Now, these are just a few of the free logo design websites. Then you go to the main anti-gang logo. See, it's a different one. You got to bag it up. Go around instigating and provoking other people. Now remember these words: coercion, sexual coercion, psychological coercion, psychological manipulation, psychological abuse. Now, like I said, this is early Monday morning. Now, always put God first. Always put God first, and always give thanks to God for all the blessings and the guidance that God provides us all with. Now, it's gonna be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. I'm gonna continue to protest. I'm gonna continue to speak. I'm gonna continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke, who was unjustly murdered by a field house nigga named Bertha Lee Franklin in 1964. And that murder, Mr. Sam Cooke's murder, was ruled justified homicide by some criminals in a courtroom. And at that time in 1964, Mr. Sam Cooke was married to his wife, Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke. And they had two beautiful little daughters who were little girls at the time, Linda and Tracy. They were little girls at the time. Now, Mr. Sam Cooke's family, his mother and father were alive at the time of his murder. His sisters and brothers, and many of his nieces and nephews, they were also little children, just like Linda and Tracy. They, cousins. They were little children. Now, Mr. Sam Cooke, it's been said that other children, they were children too. Carla, she was a little girl at the time Miss Sam Cooke's murder. Now, Linda, Tracy, many of the nieces and nephews, Carla, including many of the grandchildren, are adults now. They're adults. Now, Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke, she don't have no law degree. And like many of people, including myself, I don't have a law degree either. We have general knowledge of law. We watch television. We watch TV shows like, Victim with SVU on NBC. Name some of these cop shows and programs that deal with crime. We can go on and on. There's all kind of programs. Police, fire department. What's the one come on now? Chicago Fire, Chicago PD. It's like three different. You got one for the police. You got one for the fire department. Then I think it's another one. I think if I ain't mistaken, I think it's another. But the point is, we all have general knowledge of the law. We heard of Miranda rights. That's a court case, and so on and so forth. So it's understandable that at that time, and then think about it, at the time, 1964, the United States of America was still dealing with discrimination, segregation, racism, prejudice, and bigotry and bias at the time. Many of, as African Americans, there was the constitutional and civil rights, and so that was a different time. And so Mr. Sam Cooke's murder was ruled as justifiable homicide. Where at that time, 1964, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, like I said, she don't have no law degree and had to go on with her life. And so Mr. Sam Cooke's murder case has been really overlooked and neglected for many years. Well, see, victims' rights laws have been passed in many states. In every state has victims' rights legislation. Some states even passed amendments to their state constitution pertaining to victims' rights. Now, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's autopsy report, the coroner's inquest on Mr. Sam Cooke's body, from Celebrity Archive for $25. Now, this is public knowledge. Understand? Because see, dealing with the law, this is public knowledge. The public has a right to know. And so, these are official court documents. The State of California Supreme Court, the State of California Criminal Court of Appeals. It's going to be justice in the state of California, the civil and criminal court for Mr. Sam Cooke. Victims' rights. Victims' rights. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke with first-degree murder. Now, I want to say capital murder. You understand the criteria for capital murder by law, California law, as well as federal and all that. But the state of California, capital murder. Now you have to meet the criteria. Now, can you prove first-degree murder based on the evidence? First-degree murder, it's a slam dunk case. It's a slam dunk. Based on the evidence, it's premeditated. Premeditated. First-degree murder. First-degree murder. Like I say, these are official court documents. The Criminal Court of Appeals. See, these documents that I hold in my hand, this ain't nothing to play with. These are official court documents, including the United States Court, the United States Supreme Court, and all the federal district courts. These are official court documents. Mr. Sam Cooke's the coroner's inquest. There's going to be justice in the civil and criminal court for Mr. Sam Cooke. All the family and friends, fans, supporters of Mr. Sam Cooke. It's going to be justice in the civil criminal court. Victims' rights. Now see, these are official court documents. Now see, this Barbara Campbell Cook is alive today. Linda and Tracy, they are alive. Carla, she alive. The nieces and nephews, they alive. Many of Mr. Sam Cooke nieces and nephews who was in the Sam Cooke documentary, they alive. They walking around today. They alive. And got children. Linda and Tracy got children. Carla got children. The grandchildren, they are alive. You understand? Victims' rights. Victims' rights. You understand? They were alive. It was first-degree murder. These are official court documents. Like I've been saying, it's going to be justice in the civil and criminal court for Mr. Sam Cooke. It will first. Now I won't say capital murder, but see, what I don't want to do is don't leave the evidence. You got to go by evidence, the criteria for capital murder. And you can't go by your emotions and feelings in a court of law, in a civil court, criminal court. Evidence. See, when first degree murder, it was premeditated. Now hold on. Now this is the verdict of the coroner's jury, the state of California, the county of Los Angeles, in the matter of the inquisition upon the body of Sam Cooke, deceased, before the coroner of the county of Los Angeles. Like I said, these are official court documents. Over at the federal building, we have how many districts? How many? I think we got 8 federal districts, federal court, and so every state, and then all the states, and they belong to a certain district. See, these are official court documents. These are for victims' rights. Victims' rights. We, the jurors, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County at Room 150 Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, on the 16th day of December 18, 1964, to inquire into the cause of death of Sam Cooke. Having been duly sworn according to law and having made such inquisition hearing, the testimony due upon our oath. Each and all do say that we find that the deceased was named Sam Cooke, a male married, native of Mississippi, aged about 33 years, and then he came to his death on the 11th day of December 1964. At 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles County, California, that this death was caused by a gunshot wound with chest, perforating the heart and both lungs with massive hemorrhage, inflicted by a gun in the hands of Bertha Franklin. At 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California, after the deceased had made forcible entry in front of testimony introduced, at this time we find this death to be justified homicide committed by the said Bertha Franklin protecting life and property, all of which we do is certified by this inquisition right well signed the 16th day of December 1964. Now America was a different place at that time. We had to deal with segregation and discrimination, racism and prejudice and bigotry and bias. But that was 1964. This 2020. Victims' rights. You see, that's what it means. See, when you see Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook today, you see Linda and Tracy, Carla, all the children, all the grandchildren, all the nieces and nephews, all the children. What it means today, it was wrong. It was wrong what was done in 1964. This field house nigga Bertha Lee Franklin murdered Mr. Sam Cooke. It wasn't right. Talking about she a manager. That's one of the issues that will be brought up in a court, civil and criminal court. This unqualified field house nigga Bertha Lee Franklin shot and killed Mr. Sam Cooke with a wrong 22 revolver, and then had the nerve to shoot 2 more bullets. Now the crime scene investigators, they recovered one of the bullets. The other bullet she shot outside somewhere, and they didn't recover that bullet. And then the other bullet that killed Mr. Sam Cooke was recovered from Mr. Sam Cooke's body. Now, like I said, it was first degree murder. That evidence Mr. Sam Cooke had a sports jacket, sports coat on, gunpowder residue on the sports coat at close range. At close range. It was the gun barrel. The barrel of the gun was close range. At close range. Right up against Mr. Sam Cooke's body. Gun barrel. The barrel of the revolver. Against Mr. Sam Cooke in first degree murder. Want to say capital murder. But based on premeditation, she already had the gun, and she knew she had a gun. And see, based on the evidence, it wasn't no reason for you to shoot and kill Mr. Sam Cooke. There wasn't even no reason. And then there are pictures of the crime scene. Picture number 5. It shows Mr. Sam Cooke's body at the crime scene after he had been shot and killed. And Mr. Sam Cooke had, like I said, a gunshot wound to the side, his left side. Now, common sense, you can't hit both lungs and the heart from the front and the back with a wrong 22 revolver. You can't do it. Mr. Sam Cooke was shot and killed from his left side. From his left side, at close range. Evidence, the person who shot and killed Mr. Sam Cooke, the field house nigga Berkeley Franklin, at close range, there'll be blood splatter on the clothing. Cause see, you ain't gonna get no blood splatter being that close on the wall. If you since you shot and killed Mr. and you at close range, the blood splatter gonna be on the shooter, on the clothing. So evidence, first degree murder. It's first degree murder. I want to say capital murder. Now, like I said, first degree murder, as you can see, is first degree murder at close range. See, you see the direction of the bullet. It's going in a downward direction. Mr. Sam Cooke was not standing. He was on his knees. First degree murder. Now I want to say, capital murder. I want to meet the criteria based on the evidence. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. Civil court, criminal, and see, Mr. Sam Cooke was a businessman. Saw records. You can't do that. You can't do it. It's gonna be victims' rights. You can't do that. You can't steal. You can't steal the profits, the financial gains of Mr. Sam Cooke's business. Saw records. You can't do that. Victims' rights. state of California, they passed victims' rights legislation. Mr. Sam Cooke entitled The Victims' Rights. Now, let me read this from Wikipedia on a quick reference. Excuse me. Now, pay attention. Victims' rights are legal rights. Pay attention now. It's important. Say that again. Victims' rights are legal rights. Say what? Say that again. Victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. These may include the right to restitution, the right to a victim's advocate, the right not to be excluded from criminal justice proceedings, and the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings, first-degree murder, capital murder. United States, here in the United States, the crime victims' rights movement in the United States found on the idea that during the late modern period, 1800s, 1970, the American justice system strayed too far from its 20th century origin. Since the 1970s, the movement has worked to give victims a more meaningful role in criminal proceedings, aiming at the inclusion of the individual as a legally recognized participant with rights, interests, and voice. History. During the colonial revolutionary period, the United States criminal justice system was victim-centric, and their crimes were often investigated and prosecuted by individual victims. In the 19th and early 20th century, however, the focus shifted so that crime was seen primarily as a social harm. The criminal justice system came to be seen as a tool for remedying this social harm rather than an avenue for redress of personal harm, and the role of the victim in criminal proceedings was drastically reduced. The modern crime victims' rights movement began in 1970, began in part as a response to the 1973 United States Supreme Court decision. See, it's a court case. It's a court case, just like Miranda. When people, when law enforcement talking about your Miranda rights, it's a court case, and this is a court case. The United States Supreme Court decision, Linda R.S. versus Richard. In Linda R.S., the court ruled that the complainant did not have the legal standing to keep the prosecutor's office from discriminatingly applying a statute criminalized non-payment of child support. In dicta, the court articulated the then prevailing view that a crime victim cannot compel a criminal prosecutor because a private citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution of another. This ruling served as a high watermark in a shift away from the victim-centric approach to criminal justice, making it clear that victims in the 19th century had no formal legal status beyond that of a witness or piece of evidence. If the Linda R.S. rule was a clear representation of the problem of victim exclusion, it also hinted at a solution to the problem. The court stated that Congress could enact statutes creating victims' rights, the invasion which creates standing even though no injury would exist without the statute. With this statement, the court provided a legal foundation for victims' rights legislation. Along with these legal developments, there was a concurrent growth in social consciousness about victims' rights. This was due in part to the fact that concern for the fair treatment of victims provided a nexus between disparate but powerful social movements. The law and order movement, the civil rights movement, and the feminist movement all challenged the criminal justice system to think more carefully about the role of the victim in criminal proceedings. Supporters of these causes helped form the grassroots foundation of the modern victims' rights movement, providing educational resources and legal system, and establishing the country's first hotlines and shelters for victims of crime. In 1982, President Ronald Reagan Task Force on Victims of Crime released its final report which detailed the concern of victims' rights advocates, claiming that the innocent victims of crime have been overlooked, their pleas for justice have gone unheeded, and their wounds, personal, emotional, financial, have gone unattended. The report contains 68 recommendations for service providers and government officials, many of which are mandated through victims' rights legislation today. The report included a recommendation for a victims' rights amendment to the United States Constitution. In the decades that followed, proponents of victims' rights experienced substantial legislative success. Today, the victims' rights movement continues to promote legislation that guarantees substantial rights for victims and provides procedural mechanism to effectively enforce those rights. Victims' rights organizations also do ground level advocacy, providing individual victims with legal guidance and support, and educate future legal professionals on issues related to victims' rights. The Victims' Rights List. Pay attention. Since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights, and all states have passed victims' rights legislation. The state of California, the place where Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered in the state of California. Say that again. Since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights, and what else? And all states have passed victims' rights legislation. The state of California has passed victims' rights legislation. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke and all his family, Miss Barbara Kilmer Cooke, Linda, Tracy, Carla, all the grandchildren, all the nieces and nephews and children. It's going to be justice in the civil and criminal court. SAW records included. That same year, Congress passed the first piece of federal crime victims' rights legislation, the Victim and Witness Protection Act. In 1984, the Victims of Crime Act was passed. A decade later, in 1994, the Violence Against Women Act became law. In 2000, the landmark Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed, granting crime victims 8 specific rights and providing standing for individual victims to assert their rights in court. Federal law, Victims of Crime Act. The Victims of Crime Act established the Crime Victims Fund, which award grants to Crime Victim Compensation Fund Program, Victim Notification System, and Victim Assistance Program. The fund is financed by Offender Fee Crime Victims' Rights Act of 2004, part of the Justice for All Act of 2004. Enumerates the rights afforded to victims in federal criminal cases. The Act grants victims the following rights. This is federal. The right to protection from the accused, the right to notification, the right not to be excluded from proceedings, the right to speak a criminal justice proceeding, the right to consult with the prosecuting attorney, the right to restitution, the right to a proceedings free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity and privacy. The Crime Victims' Rights Act was named for Scott Campbell, Stephanie Roper, Whitney Preston, Lou Arnold Gillis, and Nyla Lynn, murder victims whose families were denied some or all of the rights granted by the Act in the course of their case. State law. All states have passed legislation that protects the rights of victims of crime, and most have passed constitutional amendments that afford protection to crime victims. Some state laws apply to only victims of felony offense, while other states also extend rights to victims of less serious misdemeanor offense when a victim is a minor, disabled, or deceased. Some states permit family members to exercise rights on behalf of the victim. Common state law protections include the right to be treated with dignity and respect, the right to be informed about the prosecution of plea offerings, court proceedings, and sentencing, the right to make a statement in court at the time of sentence, the right to protection, the right to seek compensation from a state victim rights fund, the right to restitution from the offender, the right to return of personal property, and the right to be informed of parole proceedings or release from incarceration, and the right to make a statement to the parole board, the right to enforcement of victims' rights. Say that again. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Say that again. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Many prosecuting attorneys officers have a victims' rights officer or multiple employees who assist victims of crime during and after they prosecute. A crime victim who is seeking compensation or restitution shall submit a time claim for compensation to the probation department or prosecuting attorney along with documentation support of the claim in order to ensure that the amounts are included in a restitution order when the defendant is sent. Now, U.S. Victims' Rights Organization, now these are organizations, national. the U.S. Victims' Rights Organization, National Crime Victim Law Institute, the National Alliance of Victims' Rights Attorneys, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, the National Center for Victims of Crime, and also RISE. Now, they also have victims' rights in Europe as well as around the world. And then go into the United Nations. See, this is worldwide. The United Nations Declaration in 1985. The United Nations adopted the Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, which outlines international best practices for treatment of crime victims. The report recognizes an offender is obligated to make fair restitution to his or her victim, acknowledge that victims are entitled to fair treatment and access to the mechanism of justice, and generally draws attention to the need for victims' rights in the criminal justice process. Other United Nations provisions that touch on victims' rights include: number 1, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights; number 2, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women; and number 3, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Now, the International Covenant on Civil and Criminal and Political Rights have been ratified by 172 nations, including the United States, Canada, Russia, and France. It includes the following provisions related to victims' rights: rights to be protected from harm, which impose obligations on governments to have effective criminal justice system; rights to be recognized by and treated equally before the law; a right of non-discrimination; rights to a remedy and to access to justice; and due process rights. See, it's worldwide. Victims' rights is worldwide, all over the world, globally, internationally. It's worldwide. Now, what time? Okay. Now let me go to my Instagram. Now, these are just a few of the free logo design websites that you can go to make anti-gang logo. So like I said, you always put God first and always give thanks to God for all the blessing and guidance He provides us always. See, when it comes to anti-gang, see the United States Department of Justice, they enacted anti-gang, the great program. See, the whole United States Department of Justice, the whole United States federal government saying anti-gang 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. See, in the past, it was wrong. In present, it's wrong. Background check. See, you thought. See, there's some bitches who thought, just like in the past, you thought you can get away with instigating and provoking. You thought you can get away with victimizing other people. Been using that occultism, all that sorority and fraternity in the past, going around. Look at occult literature. And trying to victimize innocent men, women, and children. Going around telling you a gangster and a mobster. You see? Anti-gang. Anti-gang. See? I know, you thought you got away. You thought you got away. Background check. You thought you got away. Now, I'm going to end my Periscope video. And then I'm going to do my Instagram video. And then I'm going to do my Facebook Live. But like I said, it's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke in civil court and criminal court. See, there was a different time in America in 1964. It's 2020. Victims' rights. victims' rights. So Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, she's still alive today. It was a different time in 1964. This 2020. Lyndon and Tracy were little girls. Carla was a little girls. They were children. They are adults now. And with children. All the grandchildren. Mr. Sam Cook, nieces and nephews, they was in the documentary. They was in the children. They adults. They have children too. All the nieces and nephews, all of them, and Carla and Tracy, cousins. See, they are adults now. Victims' rights. Victims' rights. It's gonna be justice in the civil and criminal court for Mr. Sam Cook. SAR Records. It's gonna be justice in the civil and criminal court. I just ended my Periscope video, so now I'm doing my Instagram. And after I do my Instagram, I'm doing my Facebook Live. So let's do that. Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Jones, also on BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis, in the county of State of Tennessee. Today is early Monday morning, September 14, 2020, time 6:16 a.m. First, I thank all my family support for your continued care and support. Anti-gang. Anti-gang. See, the United States Department of Justice, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Anti-gang. The whole federal government. See, the Office of Juvenile Justice and the Links Prevention, that's the Department of Justice. And many of the other departments like the Bureau of Justice System, the Bureau of Justice Programs, and many of the other departments, all the federal. See, when the United States Department of Justice say anti-gang, that's the whole federal government. That's all there is to it. That's the whole federal government. It's wrong. See, past and present. It's wrong. It's wrong. Background check. Now, these are just a few of the free logo design websites you can go to make anti-gang logo. That's really why I do the things I do. That's really why, don't do things that way. See, anti-gang. See, in the past, wrong. Present, wrong. In the future, it's wrong. It's wrong. Now, remember these words. Coercion, sexual coercion, psychological coercion, psychological manipulation, psychological abuse. Always give thanks to God for all the blessings and guidance that God provides. Always put God first. Always put God first. Now, like I say, anti-gang. You don't go around instigating and provoking other people. But that was what was done, and that was is being done. See, you instigate and provoke other people. You go around trying to victimize other people. You be using that occult literature, the sorority and the fraternity. You be using that occult literature. See, the United States Department is just anti-gang. And see, the United Nations, that's all. They say the same thing. See, that occult literature, it's wrong. It's wrong. Anti-gang, it's wrong. Past and present. Yesterday, it was wrong. Today is wrong. And tomorrow, it's going to be wrong. Be wrong. Background check. Background check. Now, Mr. Sam Cooke, I'm going to continue to be I'm going to continue to protest. I'm going to continue to speak out. I'm going to continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke, victims' rights. Victims' rights. Now, at the time Miss Sam Cooke's murder, it was in 1964. America was a different place, and it was different. Oppression, discrimination, segregation, racism, prejudice, bigotry, and bias. America was different in 1964. This 2020. We have victims' rights laws that have been enacted in all states. Now, Mr. Sam Cooke was unjustly murdered in 1964 by a field-house nigger named Bertha Lee Franklin. And the murder was ruled justifiable homicide by some criminals in that coroner's inquest. We know that's wrong. The evidence is overwhelming. It was first-degree murder. I want to say capital murder. You know, there's a criteria for capital murder based on the evidence. But based on the evidence, first-degree murder, the criteria, premeditation, overwhelming, the evidence, gunpowder residue on Mr. Sam Cooke's sports coat, sports jacket, the gun, the defendant stated that, yeah, I shot him, and tried to make it sound like it was a reason, a justified reason to do it. Yeah, I shot him. Fingerprints on the gun. That's her gun. At the crime scene. The evidence. Like I said, the evidence. The bullet that was removed from Mr. Sam Cooke's body, it matches the bullet in the gun. It matches Mr. Sam Cooke's body. Evidence. Evidence. You understand? Now, I purchased a copy of Mr. Sam Cooke's autopsy, the coroner's inquest from Celebrity Archive for $25. It's public knowledge. These are official court documents. the state of California, the county of Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, the United States of America. It's public knowledge. Now, this is the verdict of the coroner's jury, the state of California, the county of Los Angeles, in the matter of the inquisition upon the body of Sam Cooke, deceased, before the coroner of the county of Los Angeles. We, the jury, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County, room 150, Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, on the 16th day of December AD 1964, to inquire into the cause of death of Sam Cooke. Having been duly sworn according to law, having made such inquisition and hearing the testimony due upon our oaths, we all do say that we find that the deceased was not Sam Cooke, a male married native of Mississippi, aged about 33 years, and that he came to a death on the 11th day of December 1964 at 91 37 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles County, California. That this death was caused by gunshot wound, a chest, perforating the heart of both lungs with massive hemorrhage inflicted by a gun in the hands of Berkeley Franklin at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California, after the deceased had made forcible entrance from the testimony introduced at this time. We find the death to be justified on homicide committed by the said Berkeley Franklin protecting the life of property, all of which we duly certified by this inquisition right by us signed this 16th day of December 1964. And like I said, see, we have victims' rights today. Now, Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered. see, based on what you what just been saying, see, they tried to make it sound like it was justifiable homicide. And see, it was some criminals at that time in 1964. America was different in 1964. See, today, this 2020, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, at the time, Miss Sam Cook's wife, she's still alive. And I know she don't have no law degree. I don't have a law degree. But we, basically, we all, as general public, we have general knowledge of law. We watch Victims SVU on NBC, and we watch other, programs like what was Chicago Fire, Chicago PD. We watch programs like that, and many other programs that deal with crime. We private detective shows and all. We deal with crime. So we all have a basic general knowledge of law. Well, I don't have a law degree. Miss Barbara Campbell Cook don't have a law degree. Linda Tracy don't have no law degree. Carla don't have no law degree. The grandchildren probably, possibly, the niece and nephew possibly could not. Could or could not have a law degree. But they have victims' rights. At that time, it wasn't no victims' rights legislation. That's the reason why today we have victims' rights legislation, and victims' rights legislation address the issue about Mr. Sam Cook's murder and the time and all the other issues. So that's what it was wrong. You see Ms. Barbara Campbell Cook, you see Linda Tracy, you see Carla, you see the grandchildren, you see all the. It's wrong. It was wrong, and it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Now, based on the evidence, it's first-degree murder. It's first-degree murder. Now, I want to say capital murder. The criteria for capital murder. Evidence, everybody's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, first of all. Civil court, criminal court. Now, the evidence, Mr. Sam Cook had a sports jacket on, sports coat on at the time of his death. Gunpowder residue on Mr. Sam Cook's coat jacket. The gun, the wrong .22 revolver gun, and the bullet that was recovered from Mr. Sam Cook's body. Evidence. There's a picture of all the crime scene. Picture number 5, Mr. Sam Cook's body. And picture number 5. You understand? The defendant, Bertha Lee Frank, she had a dress on, blood splatter. Blood splatter. On the defendant. And the defendant testimony. And you know what I'm saying? The criteria, and so it's first degree murder. It's first degree premeditated. It's first degree murder. Now see, you can't get a gunshot wound with a wrong .22 revolver from the front or the back and hit both lungs and heart. Mr. Sam Cook was shot and killed from his left side. Shot and killed from his left side at close range. The barrel of the gun was in Mr. Sam Cook's side at close range. At close range. Shot and killed at close range. The bullet hit the left lung, then hit the heart, then hit the right lung. From the side, from the left side. see the evidence. Mr. Sam Cooke was unjustly murdered at close range. It was wrong by this field Hallelujah Berkeley Lee Frank. That's wrong. That's wrong. And at the time, it was some criminals talking about it was justifiable homicide. It's wrong. But see, we live in a different day and time. Now it's 2020, and it's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. Civil court, criminal court. It's going to be justice. Victims' rights. Victims' rights. Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke, Linda and Tracy and Carl and all the children, all the grandchildren, all the nieces and the nephews, and all the children. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. Civil court, criminal, sorry records. Mr. Sam Cooke's a businessman. Sorry, you can't steal the money. No. You owe me, but it's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke. Sorry records include. Sorry records include. You don't get away from victims' rights. Now, let's go to Wikipedia, the quick reference, victims' rights. Victims' rights are legal rights. Say what? Victims' rights are legal rights. Say that again. Victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. These may include the right to restitute, the right to a victim's advocate, the right not to be excluded from criminal justice proceedings, and the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings. United States, the crime victims' rights movement in the United States is founded on the idea that during the late modern period of 1897, the American justice strayed too far from its victim-centric order. Since the 1970s, the movement has worked to give victims a more meaningful role in the criminal proceeding, aiming at the inclusion of the individual victim as a legally recognized participant rights, interests, and voice. Their history. During the colonial revolution period, the United States criminal justice was victim-centric and that crimes were often investigated and prosecuted by individual victims. In the 19th and early 20th century, however, the focus shifted so that crime was seen primarily as a social harm. The criminal justice system can be seen as a tool for remedying the social harm rather than an avenue for redress of personal harm, and the role of the victim of criminal proceeding was drastically reduced. The modern crime victims' rights movement began in the 1970s, began in part as a response to the 1973. See, this is a court case. Just like Miranda, the Miranda rights is a court case. And this is a court case. Victims' rights is a court case. The modern crime victims' rights movement began in 1970, began in part as a response to the 1973 United States Supreme Court decision in Linda R.S. versus Richard D. In Linda R.S., the court ruled that the complainant did not have the legal standard to keep the prosecutors off from discriminatingly applying a statute criminalizing non-payment of child support. In dicta, the court articulated the then prevailing view that a crime victim cannot compel a criminal prosecution because a private citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution. But no, this rule served as a high watermark and a shift away from the victim-centric approach to criminal justice, making it clear that victims in the United States had no form legal standard beyond that of a witness or piece of evidence. If the Linda R.S. ruling was a clear representation of the problem of victim discrimination, also hinted at its allude to the problem. The court stated that Congress could enact statutes creating victims' rights through invasion, which creates standing, even though no injury would exist without the statute. With this statement, the court provided a legal foundation for victims' rights legislation. Along with the illegal development, there was a concurrent growth in social conscience about victims' rights. This was due in part to the fact that concern for the fair treatment of victims provided a nexus between disparate but powerful social movement, the law and order movement, the civil rights movement, and the feminist movement all challenged the criminal justice system to think more carefully about the role of the victim in criminal proceedings. Supporters of these causes have formed the grassroots foundation of the modern victim rights movement, providing educational resources and legal assistance, and establishing the country's first hotlines and shelters for victims of crime. In 1982, President Ronald Reagan's Task Force on Victims of Crime released its final report, which detailed the concerns of victims' rights advocates, claiming that the innocent victims of crime have been overlooked. Their pleas for justice have gone unheeded, and their wounds, personal, emotional, and financial, have gone unattended. The report contains 6-day recommendations for service providers and government officials, many of which are mandated through victims' rights legislation to date. The report included a recommendation for victims' rights amendment to the United States Constitution in the decade that followed. Opponents of victims' rights experienced substantial legislative success. Today, the victims' rights movement continues to promote legislation that guarantees substantial rights for victims and provides a procedural mechanism to effectively enforce those rights. Victims' rights organizations often do good legal advocacy, providing individual victims with legal guidance and support, and educate future legal professionals on issues related to victims' rights. Victims' rights legislation since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitutions to address victims' rights, and all states have passed victims' rights legislation. Say what? And all states have passed victims' rights legislation. Say what? And all states have passed victims' rights legislation. The state of California. Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered in the state of California. And all states have passed victims' rights legislation. That same year, Congress passed the first piece of federal crime victims' rights legislation, the Victim and Witness Protection Act. In 1984, the Victims of Crime Act was passed. A decade later, in 1994, the Violence Against Women's Act became law. In 2004, the landmark Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed, granting crime victims 8 specific rights, serious federal, and providing standards for individual victims to assert those rights in court. Federal law. Victims of Crime Act. Victims of Crime established the Crime Victim Fund, which awards grants to Crime Victim Compensation Program, Victim Notification System, and Victim Assistance Program. The fund is financed by offender fees. Crime Victims' Rights Act of 2004, the Crime Victims' Rights Act, part of the Justice for All Act of 2004 enumerates the rights afforded to victims in federal criminal cases. The Act grants victims the following rights. Number 1, the right to protection from the accused, the right to notification, the right not to be excluded from the proceedings, the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings, the right to consult with the prosecuting attorney, the right to restitution, the right to proceeding free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity and privacy. The Crime Victims' Rights Act was named for Scott Campbell, Stephanie Rowe, Wendy Preston, Lou Anna Gillis, and Nyla Lynn, murder victims whose families were denied some or all of the rights granted by the Act in the course of their cases. State law. All states have passed legislation that protects the rights of victims of crime, and most have passed constitutional amendments that afford protection to crime victims. Say that again. All states have passed legislation that protects the rights of victims of crime, and most have passed constitutional amendments that afford protection to crime victims. Some state laws apply to only victims of felony offense, while other states also extend rights to victims of less serious misdemeanor offenses. When a victim is a minor, disabled, or deceased, some states permit family members to execute rights on behalf of the victim. Common state law protection include, number 1, the right to be treated with dignity and respect. Number 2, the right to be informed by the prosecution, the plea offer, court proceedings, and sentencing. The right to make a statement in court at the time of sentence. The right to protection. The right to seek compensation from a state victims' rights fund. The right to restitution from the offender. The right to return of personal property. And the right to be informed of parole proceedings or release from incarceration, and the right to make a statement to the parole board. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Say that again. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Say what? The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Many prosecuting attorneys often have a victims' rights officer or multiple employees who assist victims of crime during and after a prosecution. A crime victim who is seeking compensation or restitution should submit a timely claim for compensation to the probation department or prosecuting attorney, along with documentation support of the claim. in order to ensure that the amounts are included in a restitution order when the defendant is sentenced. U.S. Victims' Rights Organization, National Crime Victim Law Institute, the National Alliance of Victim Rights Attorneys, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, the National Center for Victims of Crime, and another organization, RISE, and then the European Union Victims' Rights. And, this is worldwide. They go to the United Nations. Now, the United Nations Declaration 1985, the United Nations adopted the Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, which outlines international best practice for treatment of crime victims. The report recognizes an offender's obligation to make fair restitution to his or her victim, acknowledge that victims are entitled to fair treatment and access to the mechanism of justice, and generally draw attention to the need for victims' rights in the criminal justice process. Other United Nations provisions that touch on victims' rights include: number 1, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights; number 2, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination of Women; number 3, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights has been ratified by 172 nations, including the United States, Canada, Russia, and France. It includes the following provisions related to victims' rights to be protected from harm, presuppose obligation on governments to have effective criminal justice, rights to be recognized by and treated equally before the law, a right of non-discrimination, rights to anonymity and to access to justice, due process rights. That's the United Nations. And see, when we be talking about that literature, that occult literature, when we talk about victims' rights, and people do all this stupid damn mess with that occult literature, victims' rights. Like I said earlier, at the beginning of my Instagram video, the United States Department just said anti-gang, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Now you can try to pretend and try to ignore it, but I'm telling you this: you ain't no instigator, provoke me in that way. Now, it was wrong yesterday, it's wrong today, and it's gonna be wrong tomorrow. Background check. Now, I'm gonna get ready to end my Instagram video. And after I do my Instagram video, do my Facebook Live. And like I said, Mr. Sam Cooke, it's gonna be justice. Civil court, criminal court. It's first degree murder. Evidence. Overwhelming evidence, first degree murder. Now, I want to say capital murder. You can't go into a civil court, criminal court, your emotions and feelings. Evidence. It's going to be justice. Victims' rights. Now, I always put God first. And I just ended my Instagram video, and before that I did my Periscope. So what I'm gonna do now is just take about a couple seconds and do my Facebook Live. So just give me a brief second here. Like I said, I'm gonna get ready to do my Facebook Live. Hello everybody, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine, right here in the center of Memphis, County, State, Tennessee. Today. It's early Monday morning, September the 14th, 2020. Time 6:52 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support for your team, for support. Anti-gang. You see, it's important. See, the United States Department of Justice. Anti-gang. See, it was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's gonna be wrong tomorrow. Doing background checks. It was wrong yesterday. Going around talking about you a gang and you a gangster, mobster and all that. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's wrong tomorrow. Now see, like I said, it's 2020. See this thing I don't do things that way. Anti-gang. See, it was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's wrong tomorrow. Doing background check. See, you don't instigate and provoke other people. You don't instigate and provoke other people. Going around telling you a mobster, you're a gangster. Going around telling you in a sorority fraternity using that occult list. Going around trying to victimize innocent men, women, and children. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's wrong tomorrow. And I'm walking around. I ain't intentionally walking around for that reason. I'm intentionally walking around. Because it was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's wrong tomorrow. Now these are just a few of the free logo design websites that you go to make anti-gang logo. See, that occult literature. That's the reason why I do that. See, you ain't no smart motherfucker. You ain't smart. That occult literature. It's wrong. That what them pirates was using. And before them pirates, when you go back in history, it was wrong. See, when you read your Bible, the Old Testament, see that what them Jews was doing, that literature was wrong. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. And it's gonna be wrong tomorrow. Background check. It was wrong yesterday. Background check. You don't instigate and provoke other people. It was wrong yesterday. Background check on people in the past. Background check today on people in the present. And tomorrow, It's wrong. Background check. You don't instigate and provoke other people. You don't go around trying to victimize other people with no occult lists. That's what the East Coast bitch be trying to do. Using that occult list. It's alright. It's okay. Background check. It ain't no such thing claiming no East Coast. Cause see, it was wrong yesterday. There ain't no such thing as leaving the East Coast, then you end up in Chicago or in Memphis or anywhere else in Los Angeles, California. It was wrong yesterday. Ain't no such thing as being no gangster, no monster. So the so-called blood gang, it was wrong yesterday. Anti-gang. It was wrong today. Anti-gang. It's wrong tomorrow. Anti-gang. Background check. Now, remember the word coercion, sexual coercion, psychological manipulation, psychological abuse. See, the United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week out of the year, anti-gang. The whole federal government. Then a colonialist, the United Nations, same thing. Now, I'm gonna continue to protest and speak out and be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke. Mr. Sam Cooke. Mr. Sam Cooke. He was unjustly murdered in 1964. And it was ruled a justifiable homicide by some criminals. And Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered, shot and killed by a field house nigga named Bertha Lee Franklin. At the time, Miss Sam Cooke was married to Miss Barbara Kimball Cooke. And they had two beautiful little girls, Linda and Tracy. They were little girls at the time, they're adults now. And now they parents themselves, they have children. So the grandchildren, Carla is with them, the children and the grandchildren. Mr. Sam Cooke's sister and brother, his mother and father, and his nieces and nephews. Many of his nieces and nephews, they were children at the time. Linda and Tracy, cousins, they were children too. Now they are adults. And Mr. Sam Cooke was murdered. But at the time, America was different. America was oppressive. Discrimination, segregation, racism, prejudice, bigotry, bias. Like that old saying, that was then, this is now. That was yesterday, this today, and tomorrow. Victims' rights. Victims' rights. Mr. Sam Cooke, as well as family, all the family, friends, fans. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cooke, civil court, criminal court. Now, I personally copied Mr. Sam Cooke's autopsy. The coroner's inquest. It's public knowledge. Official court document. From Celebrity Archive, $25. The evidence against Bertha Lee Franklin, the field house nigga, is overwhelming. It's first degree murder. It's first degree. I don't want to say capital murder. There's a criteria that you have to meet based on the evidence. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty in civil and criminal court. But like I said, first degree murder, the criteria is overwhelming. premeditation. It was premeditation. Premeditation. The first degree murder. Now, like I said, these are official court documents. You know what I'm saying? These are official court documents. The state of California, the county of Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, as well as the United States government, because you know you have federal courts, you have federal district courts. I think it was 8 district courts that represent the federal court. And so the state of California falls in up under one of those district courts, federal courts. These are official courts. Now this is public knowledge. Verdict of coroner's jury, state of California, county of Los Angeles, in the matter of the inquisition upon the body of Sam Cooke, deceased, before the coroner of the county of Los Angeles. We, the jury, summoned to appear before the coroner of Los Angeles County in room 150. Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California, on the 16th day of December 18, 1964, to inquire into the cause of death of Sam Cooke, having been duly sworn according to law, and having made such inquisition and hearing the testimony due upon our oaths, each and all do say that we find that the deceased was named Sam Cooke, a male married native of Mississippi, aged about 33 years, and that he came to his death on the 11th day of December 1964 at 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles County, California, that this death was caused by gunshot wound on the chest, perforating the heart of both lungs with Master Henry Pickett by a gun in the hand of Bertha Franklin, 9137 South Figueroa Avenue, Los Angeles, California. Deceased that made postmortem from the testimony. At this time, we find this death to be justifiable homicide committed by the said Bertha Franklin in protection of life and property. which we do certified by this imposition right by us signed this 16th day of December 1964. And I know that's wrong. Based on the evidence. And the evidence is contained in this coroner's inquest in these documents. See, Mr. Sam Cook had a gunshot wound. He was shot and killed with a wrong 22 revolver at close range in his left side. Evidence. First of all, the gun. It's a wrong 22 revolver. They recovered the bullet from Mr. Sam Cook's body. The bullet that shot and killed him. You know, the gun that was used to shoot and kill Mr. Sam Cook, the bullet that killed Mr. Sam Cook, it was recovered from his body. They did a ballistics test on the gun and the bullet. It matched. It matched. Now, a wrong 22 revolver, you can't shoot somebody with a wrong 22 revolver from the front or the back and hit both lungs and the heart with one bullet. Mr. Sam Cook was shot and killed from his left side at close range. The barrel of the gun, Mr. Sam Cook had a sports coat, sports jacket on, gunpowder residue on the gun at close range. The field house nigga Berkeley Lee Frank put the gun barrel to Mr. Sam Cook's left side and pulled and shot and killed Mr. Sam Cook in his left side. The blood splattered on Berkeley Lee Franklin's clothing. Evidence. First degree murder. That's first degree murder. It ain't no reason for you to put a gun to Mr. Sam Cook's side and shoot and kill him. You can't do that. In no state in the United States of America can you put a gun at close range on anybody. At close range. You can't do that. Because you're going to have to still go through the court process. Well, why you did it? Why you put a gun at close range to this person and shot and killed that person? You can't do that. It ain't no state in the United States of America you can shoot nobody at close range. Put no gun to a person's body and shoot and kill them. It ain't no, the law does not tell you that. What they gonna always tell you is that that's murder. See, it's always this thing in the law that tell you had time to think about it. No matter what the reason, they gonna always tell you if you do something like that close range, that ain't no protection. You're not trying to protect yourself. A person down and you got a gun, you got a gun on them at close range. You know the court gonna tell you all around America will tell you that's murder, man. And that's what that was. That's first degree murder. I want to say capital murder. Based on the evidence, the criteria. Now there's evidence. The crime scene investigator took pictures. They took pictures. Picture number 5. It showed Mr. Sam Cook's body. It showed Mr. Sam Cook's body. It's first degree murder. And the evidence, Mr. Sam Cook's body. First degree murder. Just kidding, first degree murder. It was premeditated. And they tried to say it was justified. They're criminals. They're criminals. degree murder. First degree murder. I want to say capital murder. Victims' rights. See, that's the reason why, like I've been saying, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook at the time, see, America was different. And Miss Barbara Campbell Cook don't have no law degree. I don't have a law degree either. I watch television just like I watch the local news, watch world news. I hear about the law. Watch television, what program with Chicago Fire, Chicago PD, SVU. TV program, and then you have these investigative reporter, 48 hours, 2020. They talk about the law all the time. Victims' rights. So, Linda and Tracy were little girls. They were little girls, they were children at the time of their father's murder. By the time they became adults, we got 5-10 years have passed by. Nieces and nephews, same thing. Linda Tracy cousins. Many of their cousins at the time, Mr. Sam Cook's nieces and nephews, they were children at the time of their uncle's murder. At the time of his murder. Now, then you become an adult. 5-10 years have passed by. See, it's wrong. That's what it means. It's wrong. So you're supposed to do what was right at that time. See, victims' rights, it addresses the wrong. But you see Miss Barbara Campbell Cook today, it's wrong. You see Linda and Tracy today. You see Carla today. You see the grandchildren today. You see the nieces and the nephews today. It's wrong. That's what it means. It's wrong. It was wrong. And it's wrong. And it's going to have to be justice. You got to be justice. Victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. Wait a minute. Say that again. Victims' rights are legal rights. What? Victims' rights are legal rights afforded to victims of crime. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cook. Now, Mr. Sam Cook was a businessman, saw records. That's included. It's included. This may include the right to restitution, the right to a victim's advocate, the right not to be excluded from criminal justice proceedings, and the right to speak at criminal justice proceedings. In the United States, the crime victims' rights movement in the United States found on the idea that during the late modern period, 1800-1970, the American justice system strayed too far from its victim-centered origin. Since the 1970 movement has worked to give victims a more meaningful role in the criminal scene, aiming at the inclusion of the individual victim as a legally recognized participant with rights, interests, and voice. The history. During the colonial and revolutionary period, the United States criminal justice system was victim-centered, and their crime were often investigated and prosecuted by individual victims in the 19th, 20th century. However, the focus shifted so that crime was seen primarily as a social harm. The criminal justice system can be seen as a tool for remedying this social harm rather than an avenue for redress of personal harm, and the role of the victim in criminal scene was drastically reduced. The modern crime victims' rights movement began in the 1970s. It began in part as a response. See, it's a court case. Just like your Miranda rights. The Miranda rights, it's a court case. And that's what victims' rights, it's a court case. The modern crime victims' rights movement began in 1970. It began in part as a response to the 1973 United States Supreme Court decision in Linda R.S. versus Richard D. In Linda R.S., the court ruled that the complainant did not have the legal standing to keep the prosecutors off from discriminating, applying a statute criminalizing non-payment of child support in dicta. The court articulated the then prevailing view that a crime victim cannot compel a criminal prosecution because a private citizen lacks a judicial and cognizant interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution of another. This ruling served as a high watermark in the shift away from the victim-centric approach to criminal justice, making it clear that victims in 19 had no formal legal status beyond that of a witness or piece of evidence. If the Miller R.S. rule was a clear representation of the problem victim excluded, it also hinted at a solution. The court stated that the Congress could enact statutes creating victims' rights, the invasion which creates standing even though no injury would exist without the statute. With this statement, the court provided a legal foundation for victims' rights legislation. Excuse me. Along with these legal developments, there was a concurrent growth in social consciousness about victims' rights. This was due in part to the fact that concern for the fair treatment of victims provided a nexus between the spirit of powerful social movement, the law and order movement, the civil rights movement, and the feminist movement all challenged the criminal justice system. To think more carefully about the role of the victim criminal, see supporters of these causes helped form the grassroots foundation of the modern victims' rights movement, providing the educational resources and legal assistance in establishing the country's first hotlines and shelters for victims of crime. In 1982, President Ronald Reagan's Task Force on Victims of Crime released its final report which detailed the concerns of victims' rights advocates, claiming that the innocent victims of crime have been overlooked, their pleas for justice have gone unheeded, and their wounds, personal, emotional, and financial, have gone unattended. The report contains 68 recommendations for service providers and government officials, many of which are mandated through victims' rights legislation today. The report included recommendations for a victims' rights amendment to the U.S. Constitution. In a decade, the following proponents of victims' rights experienced substantial legislation. Today, the victims' rights movement continues to promote legislation that guarantees substantial rights for victims and provides a procedural mechanism to effectively enforce those rights. Victims' rights organizations also do ground-level advocacy, providing individual victims with legal guidance and support, and educate future legal professionals on issues related to victims' rights and victims' rights legislation. Since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights. And all states have passed victims' rights legislation. Say what? Since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights. And all states have passed victims' rights legislation. What? Since 1982, 33 states have amended their constitution to address victims' rights. And all states have passed victims' rights legislation. This same year, Congress passed the first piece of federal crime victims' rights legislation, the Victim Witness Protection Act. In 1984, the Victims of Crime Act was passed. A decade later, in 1994, the Violence Against Women's Act became law. In 2004, the landmark Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed, granting crime victims 8 specific rights and providing standing for individual victims to assert those rights in court. The federal law, Victims of Crime Act. The Victims of Crime established the Crime Victims Fund, which awards and grants the Crime Victims Compensation Program, Victim Notification System, and Victim Assistance Program. The fund is financed by offender fee. Crime Victims' Rights of 2004. The Crime Victims' Rights Act, part of the Justice for All Act of 2004, enumerates the rights afforded to victims in federal criminal case. The Act grants victims the following rights. Number 1, the right to protection from the accused, the right to notification, the right not to be excluded from proceedings, the right to speak in criminal justice proceedings, the right to consult with the prosecuting attorney, the right to restitution, the right to a proceeding free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity and privacy. The Crime Victims' Rights Act was named for Scott Campbell, Stephanie Roper, Willie President, Lou Arnold Gillis, and Night murder victims whose family were denied some or all of the rights granted by the act in the course of their case. State law. All states have passed legislation to protect the rights of victims of crime. Say that again. All states have passed legislation to protect the rights of victims of crime. And most have passed constitutional amendments that afford protection to crime victims. Some states' laws apply to only victims of felony offenses, while other states also extend rights to victims of less serious misdemeanor offenses. When a victim is a minor, disabled, or deceased, some states permit family members to exercise rights on behalf of the victim. Common state law protection include: number one, the right to be treated with dignity and respect, the right to be informed by the prosecution, plea offers, court proceedings, and sentencing, the right to make a statement in court at the time of sentencing, the right to protection, the right to seek compensation from a state victims' rights fund, the right to restitution from the offender, the right to return of personal property, and the right to be informed of parole proceedings or release from incarceration, and the right to make a statement to the parole board. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. Say that again. The right to enforcement of victims' rights. It's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cook in civil and criminal court. Sorry records include many prosecuting attorneys often have a victims' rights officer or multiple employees who assist victims of crime during and after prosecution. True. A crime victim who is seeking compensation or restitution should submit a timely claim for compensation to the probation department or prosecuting attorney along with documentation support of the claim in order to ensure that the amounts are included in the restitution order when the defendant is sentenced. U.S. Victims' Rights Organization, the National Crime Victim Law Institute, the National Alliance of Victims' Rights Attorneys, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, the National Center for Victims of Crime, and RISE. Now, as a part, the European Union, all the majority of European nations, victims' rights, the United Nations. The United Nations Declaration. In 1985, the United Nations adopted the Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime and Abuse of Power, which outlines international best practices for treatment of crime victims. The report recognizes an offender's obligation to make fair restitution to his or her victim, acknowledge that victims are entitled to fair treatment and access to the mechanism of justice, and generally draw attention to the need for victims' rights in the criminal justice process. Other United Nations provisions that touch on victims' rights include: number one, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights; number two, the Convention on Eliminating Discrimination Against Women; and number three, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The International Covenant on Criminal on Civil and Political Rights has been ratified by 172 nations, including the United States, Canada, Russia, and France, including the following provisions related to victim rights. Number one, rights to be protected from harm, which impose obligation on governments to have effective criminal justice system. Rights to be recognized by and treated equally before the law. A right of non-discrimination. Rights to a remedy and to access to justice. Due process rights. International law. Global. Worldwide. Victims' rights. So like I said, it's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cook, who was unjustly murdered in 1964. It was first degree murder by a field house nigger named Bertha Lee Franklin. You know, it's going to be justice for Mr. Sam Cook and Sorry Records. Victims' rights. Now this is a map of all the people of the world. this is the Albanian language map. Now, this is a Baltic language map. And this is a Greek language map. And this is a Slavic language map. And this is the Altaic language map. And this is the Euro-Altaic language map. And this is the Romanian language map. Now the Romanian language is a Latin Romance language. And Romanian in the Romanian language is Wallachia. Now this is a map of the languages of Africa. And this is a map of the languages of Africa. And this is a map of the languages of Africa. Now this is the Afro-Asiatic language distribution map. And this is the Afro-Asiatic language distribution map. And this is a Nilo-Saharan language distribution map. And this is a Nilo-Saharan language distribution map. And this is a Niger-Congo language distribution map. And this is a Niger Congo language distribution map. Now, the title of this book is West African Traditional Religion, written by Dr. Joseph Omosen, related with Dr. P. Adenumo Peno. Now, the title of this book is African Traditional Religion, definition written by Dr. E. Beloja Adobu. And the title of this book is African Religion and Philosophy, written by Dr. John S.M.B. And the title of this book is Concepts of God in Africa, written by Dr. John S.M.B. Webster's third New International Dictionary give you a complete and total definition, meaning of the word gang, the act, manner, means of going. Now that East Coast bitch, a sorority and a fraternity, be using that occult literature. Going up and down the East Coast from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida using that occult literature. You see, the Catholic Church and all that particular churches, and all them Protestant Reformation movement, 95 Theist Church, and all them American Restoration movement, Stone Camel movement, the Church of Christ, they be using that cult literature too. And so you be going all around the United States of America, and including U.S. territory, and then you be going to add the word to go outside the outside the United States with that occult literature. See, out there in the state of California, in Los Angeles, see, that was the East Coast bitch, the sorority and the fraternity. That was that blood gang, crip gang. That was that bloodstone, get in mind, that's where it came from. See, it's wrong. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's gonna be wrong tomorrow. The United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. Anti-gang. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's wrong tomorrow. It was wrong. It's wrong. Background check. Background check on people in the past, people in the present, and people in the future. It's wrong. See, a lot of these celebrity athletes, celebrity entertainers, they go to college, and you know they join, they become members of the sorority fraternity. They become members of the sorority fraternity. Oxford English Dictionary gives the complete and total definition and meaning of the word gang. Action or mode of going way past a set of things or person. You see that East Coast bitch? That's a sorority in the fraternity, trying to claim the whole damn East Coast, trying to use the East Coast for some type of criminal base, using their occult literature, going around victimizing innocent men, women, and children. It's wrong. The United States Department of Justice, hazing is a crime. It's wrong. That's a sorority fraternity. You ain't getting away. Trying to go around, trying to instigate and provoke other people with that occult literature. Going around instigating and provoking other people. The United States Department of Justice is wrong. Anti-gang. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's gonna be wrong tomorrow. Background check on people in the past. Background check on people in the present. And background check on people in the future. See, things done in a certain way at a certain time. It's 2020. And for 2020 and beyond, background check people in the past. Background check people in the present. Background check people in the future. See, it's wrong. It's wrong. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's wrong tomorrow. See, the United States government enacted the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970. And Title IX of the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970 is the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. The RICO Act is anti-gang. It's wrong. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's going to be wrong tomorrow. The Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention Control Act 1970, Control Substance Act, Control Substance Act, Continuing Criminal Enterprise State of Cannabis is anti-gang. The Juvenile Justice League Prevention Act of 1970 was standard the Office of Juvenile Justice League Prevention, as well as other related legislation. The Comprehensive Anti-Gang is the Office of Juvenile Justice League Prevention, and the Comprehensive Gang Model Office of Juvenile Justice League Prevention, the Bureau of Justice, the Office of Justice Program, the United States Department of Justice. Told you, I'm telling you, man. It's a way thing being done. It was a way thing. Look, it was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's gonna be wrong tomorrow. It's 2020. The Office of Justice Program, the Bureau of Justice, the United States Department of Justice, Company, Anti-Gang Listening Project, State Neighborhood, the United States Department of Justice, the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Service, the Comprehensive Anti-Gang Initiative, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Prevention, the United States Department of Justice, the Office of Justice Program, Bureau of Justice, the International Narcotics Law Enforcement Firm, the United States Department of State, the Intergovernmental Affairs, Gang Resistance Education and Training, great program. I tell you, man, background check on people in the past. Because what they did was wrong. See, all that shit over there on the East Coast. See, it was people in the past. And all that damn shit that people be doing today is them damn people on the East Coast who be listening to them damn people who was wrong on the East Coast from the past. That's the reason why you see all this stupid ass shit out there in California, Los Angeles, California. See, it was wrong. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's going to be wrong tomorrow. Background check on people in the past. Background check on people in today. And background check on people in the future. The United States Department of Justice Office of Justice Program Office of Juvenile Justice Needs written in October 2009. The National Youth Gang Syndicate which have been funded by the Office of Juvenile Justice the Needs Prevention since 1995 murder with the National Gang Syndicate which have been funded by the Bureau of Justice since 2003. The National Gang Syndicate accommodates state law against gang prevention, open research program, Mr. James L. Office of Juvenile Justice Needs Prevention, the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice, Office of Juvenile Justice Needs Prevention, National Gang Syndicate Village, and the title book, Houston Street Gangs in the United States. And you can also go to a quick reference Wikipedia. You can find the same information besides gangs in the United States. The United States Department of Justice Office of the United States Attorney Around 1457 Green Street Gangs Act 18 United States Code 521. The United States Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Gang Intelligence Cell. The United States Department of Justice Organized Crime and Gang Section. And then you have other federal, state, and local aid. The United States Department of Justice Office of Justice Program, National Institute of Justice, Anti-Gang Strategy, Prevention, Intervention, Assessment, and Suppression. The United States Department of Justice Office of Justice Program, National Institute of Justice, the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, National Center for Injury, National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, changing course, preventing gang membership, and strive to reduce youth violence everywhere. The United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of Education, the United States Department of Health and Human Services, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, the United States Department of Labor, and the White House Office of the National Drug Control Policy, the National Forum Youth Violence Prevention Forum. You can go to youth.gov and be informed by the National Forum Youth Violence Prevention Forum, as well as the company of the anti-gang and the company of the gang market. The United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice, National Crime Prevention Council. Keep your kids out of gang. Now the United States Department of Justice, hazing is a crime. You go to lawyer.com to be informed about anti-hate. Now, street slang words, gang cluster, and mob cluster. You know, you can go to Merriam-Webster Third New International Dictionary, you go to Oxford English Dictionary, give you the complete tone definition meaning of the word gang, cluster, and mob cluster. Then you have other street slang, boss, goon, thug, crook, hooner, mac, player, pimp, whore, hustler, nigga, field, nigga, house, and street slang. You have street slang for music, hip-hop, rock and roll, swing, groove, jazz, blues, funk, doo-wop, bebop, street slang. You got street slang for money, currency exchange, bucks, racks, bank, band, bread, dough, scratch, loot, move, enemy, dead, predator, street slang. Ain't nothing official, nothing right about no street slang. Now, the sorority and the fraternity. The United States Department of Justice, hazing is a crime. The United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. It's wrong in the past. It's wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's wrong tomorrow. Anti-gang. You ain't getting away with it. Background checks on people in the past. Background check on people in the present. And background check on people in the future. You see, the East Coast bitch, that's a raw and they return using that occult literature. Trying to use the East Coast as a criminal base. Going from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida. Then going to other parts of the United States of America. Using that occult literature. Went out there to the city of Los Angeles, California. Then Blood Gang, Crip Gang, Bloodstone, then Limestone. The United States Department is just anti-gang. See, all that gang, mob, all that, that occult literature. It was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's gonna be wrong tomorrow. That's a wrong return. They commit crime on and off the camp. They use and abuse alcohol and drugs. They indulge in immoral activity. They indulge in sexual dealings with private. They use and abuse tobacco products. They indulge in gambling game change. So don't be misled by the sorority term. All those persons. But this ain't started. Sorority renounced them. All those persons. And denounced the whole concept idea of sorority term. And see the sorority return. They work and they manage the businesses, companies, incorporate background check. Background check. People in the past, people in the present, and people, tomorrow. People yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Background check. They commit crimes. And see, the sorority, they use and misuse the background check. See? They commit crimes against humanity, atrocities, violations of human rights, civil rights, inhumanity, genocide, ethnic cleansing, all forms of discrimination and harassment. They pollute the air, groundwater, and noise pollution. They destroy the environment, nature, and wildlife. So don't be misled by the sorority fraternity. They criminals. Background check. A person yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Background check. Now, don't negate the pre-13 pioneer history. Harvard University, the oldest institution of higher learning in the United States, founded March 13, 1639, Cambridge, Massachusetts. William Mary College, Williamsburg, Virginia, founded February 8, 1693, second oldest institution of higher learning in the United States of America. Phi Beta Kappa Society, founded December 5th, 1776, the College of William Mary, recognized as the first Greek level student society in North America. Alpha Delta Pi First Sorority, founded in 1851, Wesleyan College, Macon, Georgia. The first organization to adopt the word sorority with Gamma Phi Beta. Established on November 11, 1874, Syracuse University, Syracuse, New York. The first women's fraternity, DuPont College, 18th. Now, the basis of the sorority fraternity, them old world secret society from Africa, from Asia, and from Europe. For example, the Eastern Star Freemasons, talking about Euclid, Math, and Alexander Egypt. 13, 9, 14, 25 mentioned Holloway Manuscript, Reader's Point, the Cook Manuscript, the Downing Manuscript. Now, the examples of them old world secret side from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, skull and bone, Rosicrucian, the sun, the living third side, the prior side of the Ordo Templarian, Knights of the Gold Eagle Wood, the ancient Arab order of notes of Mishra, Hebrew order, Piosis, the East Star Freemasons. the Elks, the little old Bitterberg group, the Ku Klux Klan, Knights of the Knights of Columbus, the Illuminati Farsight, the Permitted Order of the Golden, the Mystic Order of Bear Prophet, and the Chanting Ram, the United Order of the Golden Prophet, United Ancient Order of Druid, National Rain, Ancient Order of Herman, Opus Dap, the Knights Temple, the Sky is right. The Spanish Guardian, the Carbonary, the Black Hand, you say Mafia, it's Afro-Asiatic, you say Coastal Northern Atlantic, the Triad, the Yakuza, those sour. Now, this is a list of place names of Native American origin in the United States. This is a list of place names of Native American origin in the United States. For example, state names: Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Connecticut, Idaho, Illinois, Iowa, Connecticut, Kansas, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, New Mexico, North, South Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Wisconsin, Wyoming. Now scroll all the way down. Scroll all the way down to the bottom where you see also you can see a list of place names of indigenous origin in America. Now the piracy, the pirates, and when you think about slavery and slave, you know, all this stuff, that are called literature. It's wrong. So like when you read the Bible, the Old Testament, the Jews, and then the people that God wanted the children to destroy, they were using that occult literature. It's wrong. Now, the Department of Justice. The Office of Juvenile Justice links prevent the Bureau of Justice, the National Gang, Son of Bullet, entitled Bullet History, Street Gangs in the United States. Written by Mr. James C. Howard and Mr. John P. Moore. Now, go to the quick reference, Wikipedia, you'll see that same information titled Gangs in the United States. The United States Department of Justice. It's wrong gangs and mobs, it's wrong anti-gang. See, it was wrong yesterday. It's wrong today. It's wrong tomorrow. Doing background checks on people in the past, people yesterday. Doing background checks on people today. You're gonna do background checks on people in the future. So you don't go around instigating and provoking other people. Especially motherfuckers that don't know what the fuck they talking about. See, it's the way things done. It's the way things being did. Anti-gang. Background check. Amnesty International Human Rights Watch Global Rights Front, now defending human rights by frontier and internet serve for human rights. Conservation International, Wildlife Conservation South, Conservation Funding, Conservation Board, Earth Watch Institute, Conservative Association, Earth Justice, Conservation Volunteer, Wildlife Conservation Network, and Endangered Wildlife Trust, Biodiversity Next Conservation Association, Rare Species Conservation Trust, Rare Species Conservation Center, the Wildlife Research and Conservation Trust, the Rainforest Trust, the International Rainforest Conservation Organization, Rainforest Line, and the Rainforest Action Network. Biodiversity International, Earth Day Network, Environmental Defense Fund, Friends of the Earth, Friends of the Nature, Greenpeace, and Nature Conservative Wildlife Conservation Society. Soil and Water Conservation, Clean Water Action, World Water Council, Marine Conservation Institute, Marine Conservation Alliance, the Ocean Preservation South, Ocean Side, Global Ocean Commission, the International Marine Life Alliance. Now this is the International Bill of Human Rights. The Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The Declaration of Rights of the Child. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. The world's oldest human rights organization, Anti-Slavery International. The International Federation for Human Rights. The world's oldest international conservation organization, BrightShine International. Fauna and Flora International was the world's first international wildlife conservation organization. The world's oldest global environmental organization, International Mutual Conservation, and also the World Wildlife Fund. Catholic Church and all that particular church, you know, they be using their occult literature. And the FBI, the United States Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they know about it. They know. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, they know. The Protestant Reformation Movement Church, 953 Church, that is the Catholic Church and all that particular church. They be using their occult list. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, they know about that literature. The American Restoration Movement, the Stone Camel Movement, the Church of Christ. Stone and Camel doing the secret handshake. That is the Catholic Church and all that particular church. They be using that occult literature. Saul from Tarsus, the self-proclaimed Apostle Paul, a lying, murdering devil. He was an occultist. He wrote all those epistles in the New Testament. The man-made religion was be using those epistles. That Saul from Tarsus, self-proclaimed Apostle Paul wrote. For example, Romans chapter 16, verse 16, so you want to know when to hold to get the church. They put the suffix ES on the end of the church of Christ Solution. Now another example is 2 Thessalonians chapter 1 verse 4. So the way I said belong you in the church. See, they put the suffix ES on the end of the church. Oh God, for your patient faith and all the persecution tribulation ye endure. Now, devil worship, Satan, there's no such thing. That's religious persecution. You can't take the word devil and Satan out the Holy Bible. See, the sorority of fraternity. Don't know that. That's a cult. Them the ones that been in the sorority fraternity the longest. Now that occult literature that I keep bringing up. Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, Hermetism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Rosicrucianism, the Freemason, the Eastern Star, Age of Enlightenment, Spiritualism, Kabbalah, Arcane, Occult, and Necrophilic Microsoft, Exoteric. See, this is what the Federal Bureau, they know what that is. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, they know exactly what that is. They know what it is. That's what the sorority term been used. The East Coast bitch. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they know what that is. The sorority term been used in that occult literature. going up and down the East Coast, trying to use the East Coast as some kind of criminal base. From the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida. Many the cowards, they go to other parts of the United States of America, like Los Angeles, California. They started a blood gang, crip gang, the Bloodstone, the Limestone. See, the FBI, they know about it. They know. Occult, arcane, esoteric, spiritualist, theosophy, anthroposophy, hermetic order to go down, New Age, made all that occult science and occult qualities. See, the FBI, they know what that is. The FBI, they know the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they know what that is. They know what it is. to continue to study the first century. It's important. Like I've been saying. You say, oh man, what the first century? Well, think about it. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God, he was born first century. He lived in the first century. Crucified first century. Resurrected in the first century. Rose, went to heaven first century. The church that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God, established first century. Now, we're going to continue to study ancient people in the Bible. The Amorites, they were Afro-Asiatic. The Egyptians, Afro-Asiatic. The Amalekites. Now, they were the supposed descendants of Esau. Kenites. They were a nomadic tribe in the ancient Levant. Now, Moses' father-in-law was a Kenite. The Canaanites, ancient people. The Kenizzites, ancient people. Jupiter, the father of the Israelite leader Canaan, is called the Kenizzite. The Hittites, Indo-Europeans. The Perizzites, ancient people. Rephaimites or the Rephaites. They were called Zamzum and Emil. They were ancient people, considered to be giants. Canaanites, Canaan's son of Ham, grandson of Noah. Canaanite, an ethnic catch-all term covering various indigenous populations, both settled in nomadic pastoral groups throughout the southern Levant and Canaan. And then you have all these Girgasites. They were descendants of Canaan. And Jebusites, Jebus. And the Hurrians, the Hittites, the Horites, the Philistines. They're not Afro-Asiatic. And it has not been determined that the Philistines are Indo-European. The Moabites, Afro-Asiatic. The Midianites, Afro-Asiatic. And the Ammonites, Afro-Asiatic. Now, you know when you read your Holy Bible, turn to the Old Testament, to the 5 books of Moses. See, when we be talking about that occult literature, God had already told you in the 5 books of Moses it was wrong. He already told you it was wrong. Let's go to the 5 books of Moses. Now, we're going to go to the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18. And I'm going to start reading at verse number 9. I'm going to start reading verse number 9. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18. I'm going to start reading verse number 9. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abomination of the whole nation. See, I'm called to tell you, it's wrong. And God had already told you wrong. So you don't listen to man, you listen to God. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before you. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. For these nations which thou shalt possess hearken unto observers of times and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee so to do. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him ye shall hearken, according to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy God, in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see his great fire anymore, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. If thou shalt say in thy heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord hath not spoken? When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken. But the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously, thou shalt not be afraid of him. See, God told you in the 5 books of Moses, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18. I'm in Deuteronomy chapter 4. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now I'm gonna read now I'm gonna start at verse number 1. Now therefore hearken, O Israel, to the statutes and to the judgment which I teach you, for to do them, that you may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your father giveth you. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish off from it, that ye may keep the commands of the Lord your God which I command. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor, for all the men that follow Baal Peor. The Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day. Now, I'm still in Deuteronomy chapter 4. I'm going to start reading verse number 14. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments that we might do them in the land whether we go over to possess. Now, let me start at 13. And he declared unto you his covenant which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tablets of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, and that you might do them in the land whether ye go over to possess. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourself, for ye saw no manner of similitude in the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, and should corrupt yourselves, and make you a graven image, the similitude in the figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the earth, the likeness of anything that creepeth upon the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath earth. And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldst be driven to worship them and serve them with the Lord thy God. Have divided into all nations under the whole heaven, but the Lord hath taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. So God told you, don't look up there and worship the moon, sun, and stars, making graven images. But see, the point is this. See, that occult literature, God told you that the people who did that, God destroyed them people. See, that ancient, that literature is ancient. It's in they're talking about it in the Old Testament. And God told you, you don't listen to them, you listen to God. So let's go to the 10 Commandments in the Old Testament. The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verses 1 through 17. Start reading verse 1 and read. And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods for me. Now pay attention. God tell you 5 times, I am the Lord thy God. It's the thy God. Pay attention. Every time you hear God tell you, thy God, you don't listen to man, you listen to God. And then the 10 Commandments, I told you 5 times. The first time, verse number 2, I am the Lord, thy God. You don't have no choice. You don't have no decision. Thou shalt have no other God for me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself before no certain, for I, the Lord, thy God. That's the second time. I'm a jealous God. Then let me to the Father, from the children unto the third person, everything. They hate me and show mercy to thousands, and they love me and keep my command. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord, thy God. That's the third time. In vain. For the Lord will not hold him guiltless and take the name in vain. Remember the 7 days to keep the oath. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7 days the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. That's the 4th time. It is. Thou shalt not do any work, thou nor thy son nor thy daughter, thy manservant nor thy maidservant nor thy cattle nor thy stranger that within thy gate. 26 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and the sea and all that is in them. Yes, and rest the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father, thy mother, that thy days may be long on the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. That's the 5th time. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. See, God be telling you they can't diligent. That are co-diligent. That the sorority and the trying to go around trying to coerce you with. It's wrong. It's wrong. In the United States Department of Justice, they know about it. The United Nations. That's the reason why we have our International Declaration of Human Rights today. The United Nations know about their diligence. It's wrong. Now, we're going to go to the Holy Bible. We're going to go to the New Testament. The greatest commandment in the law. You can find it in the book of Matthew chapter 22, verse 35 through 40. Mark chapter 12, verse 28 through 31. And Luke chapter 10, verse 25 through 28. We're going to go to the book of Matthew chapter 22, verse 35 through 40. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him and said, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God. See, from the Old Testament to the New Testament, you're being told the same thing. Thy God. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. What that mean? When you read the book in the Old Testament, the 5 books of Moses, and all them other books, the book of Psalms, the book of Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Daniel, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, all them major and minor prophets, all them books. See, God gave you his word. He gave you how to live. And so you respect what God said in the Old Testament, because it still applies. And with all thy soul, what that mean? When God told you all that in the Old Testament, you came to the New Testament. One day you're going to die. Them people dead. Where the people at? Where did David go? Where did all these people go? After they died of physical death. That's what it means. Where did Adam and Eve go? That's what it means. They had a soul. And God told you they went to heaven. David is on my right side. He one of my prophets. Where did Moses go? He one of my prophets. He in heaven. See, then when God tell you about your soul, see, when you see the people in the Old Testament and they not physically still here living with us, but we read about them, and then you read about all them other people that the children of Israel had to destroy. Where did they go? That's your soul. That's what God tell you, to love God with all your soul. Because just like them people, one day you're going to die of physical death. And where you going to go? Well, your soul can either go to hell or to heaven based on what you do in this physical life. See, you got to love God with all your soul. And what else? And with all thy mind. What that mean? Well, let me give you an example. When you watch a YouTube video, you see them little puppies, you see them little kittens being abused, animal abuse. You hear about endangered species, not just animals. Vegetation like the Amazon, the rainforest being destroyed. All this stuff about climate control out in Antarctica and the Arctic. You see the polar bears. Did you see that YouTube video where the polar bear was starving? Did you see that? All those seals up under the ice that this polar bear live. You know, it's a law of nature. Then you see a polar bear walking around starving. See, you got to love God with all your mind. See, you trying to destroy the whole damn climate with pollution, air pollution, water pollution, ground pollution. See, that's your mind. Where it come from? Because it came from your mind. That's where the pollution came from. Noise pollution. That's your mind. See, you got to love God with all your mind. This is the first and great commandment, and the second is like unto thee. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. That's a serious thing. That's the reason why we have to have a United Nations today. because people don't read God's word. So we have to have a United Nation. You don't love your neighbors thyself. Because see, the children of Israel weren't just Hebrews. Just to put that out there, just to throw it out there. See, the majority, I mean, yeah, true enough, the majority were Hebrew, but I mean, it was some people who weren't Hebrew who were going right along. And see, God already told, see, the people that God told you to destroy, they didn't listen to God. They were not Hebrew. Just because you weren't Hebrew, that don't mean God destroyed you because you weren't a Hebrew. It's because you were disobedient. You were defiant. Put that in your pipe and smoke. Think on that. See, God didn't tell nobody to destroy the Perizzites and the Hittites and all them others. That ain't why God said destroy them. God said destroy the people because they were doing passing people through the fire. They were listening to the devil. They were looking at the sun, moon, and star, worshiping the sun, moon, and star, and God told them don't do that. They were witches and wizards, observers of time. God told them don't do that. So love thy neighbors thyself. And these two commandments hang out in all the prophets. This is just as important. Matthew in the book of Mark. Going to heaven or going to hell. Yourself a Christian and calling the other people Christian, that's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. You see, the book of Acts chapter 13, verse 13, I wrote it down. Acts chapter 13, verse 13, I wrote it down. John Mark, he went back to Jerusalem and went and told it's wrong. You don't supposed to be saying that, calling yourself no Christian, calling other people Christian. That ain't what our Lord is saying. Jesus Christ, Son of God, he didn't tell you that. It's wrong. Then he had to get called back to Jerusalem. You see, it wasn't Barnabas, it was Saul. But Barnabas was in Antioch at the time. So bring Barnabas and Saul back. It's wrong. It's wrong. getting late. I'm getting ready to end today's video. And like I said, I'm going to continue to protest and I'm going to continue to speak out. I'm going to continue to be an advocate for Mr. Sam Cooke. It was a different time in 1964 in America. It was different. And like I said, Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke at the time, you understand, married to Mr. Sam Cooke. It was a different time in America. It's not just for Miss Sam Cooke, but just as well for her too. She's African American. She experienced the same oppression, racism, prejudice, bigotry, and bias that Mr. Sam Cooke experienced. And Linda and Tracy, they were born and they were little children at the time in America. All this discrimination and segregation. You understand? It's Mr. Sam Cooke from Mississippi. Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke from Chicago, America. Basically, you were African American. It may not have been no Jim Crow in Chicago, but you were African American at that time. It was just as hard to live in Chicago, Illinois, as it was to live in Mississippi. And then Mr. Sam Cooke's niece and nephew will say the same thing. Because Mr. Sam Cooke's brothers and sisters, their children, their mother, their sisters, they're from Mississippi. They know, they live, they experience. But this 2020, we have victims' rights. Everybody, federal and state, victims' rights. Victims' rights. It's going to be justice in the state as well as federal court. Because what happens in the state court, the federal court will always be there. Just like right now, the federal court there, the district court there. But like I said, when you go into a state, civil, and criminal, and to address these issues, to rectify the wrong that's been done, to rectify the wrong that's been done. Victims' rights, SAR records include. Because there's victims' rights. Miss Sam Cooke, a businessman, on his own record label, SAR records. Get to the point. You know Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke a lot of money. Sound that? First degree murder based on the evidence. Criteria for capital murder based on the evidence. Ms. Barbara Campbell Cooke, based on victim rights, she can have interaction in the court proceedings. Capital murder based on the evidence. Linda and Tracy, they are adults now. Victims' rights. These just food-free logos out, which I can go to the next anti-gang logo. United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. It was wrong yesterday, is wrong today is going to be wrong tomorrow. Background checks on people yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Now, you motherfuckers thought that you can instigate and provoke other people with all that East Coast shit and all that occult literature and going around doing wrong. Like I said, it's a way to do things, and a lot of people did things yesterday because they didn't want to take their goddamn shit. And people do things today because they don't take their goddamn shit, including me. Now, I'm not walking around here like no little bitch walking around. I ain't intentionally do things on these streets. I'm intentionally walking around. See, I don't do things like when people see me and then all of a sudden you just think, no, motherfucker, you ain't had nothing to do with it. That's what I do. That's what Eric do. I ain't intentionally did that for that very reason, because I want to be on these streets with you bitches. Because Eric ain't gonna take it. Eric don't take it. It was wrong yesterday, it's wrong today, and goddamn it's wrong tomorrow. The United States Department of Justice, anti-gang. The United Nations, the International Declaration on Human Rights, saying the same thing about that occult literature. So the sorority and attorney, you can keep on trying to commit all these crimes. You can keep trying to use all that occult literature, doing background checks yesterday on people yesterday, people today, and people tomorrow. I'm getting ready to end that video. I always put God first. Again, my name is Eric Jones, also known by BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Riverville, Township, State, Texas. Thank all my family for moving every children. Till next time, take care of your weekend and your baby.